is also what Carsten Wildberger said previously, that everybody thinks about sovereignty is something about isolation, but it's not. It's just about kind of managing the risk and using kind of trustworthiness and compliance and integrity as a competitive advantage, and really see how to have access to either compute or data models and kind of manage the risk and maintain the competitive mode on that end from a local level.
And maybe SAP did what Jan was just mentioning now, because you did sign a big partnership with Mistral.
For instance, yeah, we kind of, and also this is kind of our take or SAP's take how to balance it. So we have kind of embracing the ecosystem, having the opportunity, and also giving our customers the opportunity to bring on whatever model, whatever company or startup they want to work with, whatever basic technology. But on the other hand, we're delivering standards how to rather scale.
Very interesting. What does that mean to you, Hélène, especially in your field when we're talking sovereignty, given the geopolitical implications that your field really always comes with?
Yeah. So, I mean, we all know that space has become absolutely key to defend ourselves. And so sovereignty, actually, I like the word autonomy. Autonomy means we have in Europe the needed capabilities to defend ourselves. Right, to protect our values, which is about democracy, which is about enlightenment, so science is more important than propaganda, for example, and which is about working together. And the first thing we need regarding space, of course, is access to space. And here I really want to insist, because we can have plenty of satellites. The satellites are useful because, of course, with Earth observation satellite, you can understand what the other countries are doing, and with communication satellites, you communicate with your people on ground, the aircraft, the drones, etc., and with positioning satellite. I mean, it's absolutely needed to a certain extent now for drones. But access to space is really enabling of all of that. And we need not only access to space, but we need affordable access to space. If we think about a global champion with European roots, one name comes to my mind, it's Airbus. And Airbus is not producing one Airbus aircraft 10 times the cost of one Boeing aircraft for the same performance. But for some reason, we are accepting that in the space sector. And that's why we decided to change that statu quo and to come now with, first step, of course, is the engine, and then hopefully afterwards a big rocket. But we need in Europe not only to say, hey, we are building for Europe. It's very important to provide to our governments, to provide to our defense, to our troops, to the people who basically fight on the ground to protect our values, to provide them with capacities which are not only the best from a technical point of view, but the best from a price/competence and performance point of view, and we're not there yet. And that's why I think what Germany is doing, and now also France is starting to do it more and more, is to open the competition between historic players and startups. I'm not saying startups are better than historic players. I'm not saying historic players are better than startups. They both have pros and cons. But the simple fact of doing what the United States have done since more than 15 years, to open that competition, this is very healthy. Mm-hmm. And this is really a new trend that we are seeing now. And €1 of contract given by the government to a startup unlocks 5 to 10 euro of investment, enabling that growth and enabling that startup to become a challenger and to grow also new competencies. And this is what we need to do more and more here in Europe for the best of the historic players, and I'm a very proud child of Airbus and Ariane, and also for the best of the startup ecosystem. This is reinforcing each another.
And I really want to shed also some light on it, as you just said, affordable access to space. That is what we really need. But also for all the founders here in the room, what an amazing opportunity this will offer once there is affordable access to space. What kind of business models we can come up with that you can that can fuel your fantasy and bring new topics on that is a huge opportunity, I think. It's all about an ecosystem play, as we just talked about decentralized tech ecosystems and tech hubs that needs to align. But on the other hand, it's kind of, even if there is a new basic technology like AI, like kind of topics like space, that opens up huge opportunities for either suppliers, there are kind of regulator topics, there might be lawyers be specialized in topics that regulate business models you cannot even think of right now. So I think also this, shedding a light on the whatever comes up is a huge opportunity, not only from a value and integrity perspective for Europe, but it's also a huge potential for economic growth, which also is kind of a foundation to protect our values.
We have to come to an end, but I think very, very important points that were raised here at the very end. And I think, Hélène, this is a fantastic example of what you are showing with your company that kind of speaks to the mindset topic, Sebastian, that you were mentioning before. It's not that we're just competing in the race. I think to give a European stamp, our own take on building smarter solution, not, burning cash like OpenAI is at the moment. For example, the interoperability that you have, a launcher agnostic system. That is something that makes it a lot smarter than maybe, what the big corporates have built over the years. And if we think in what is that smartness USP that we can bring to the table, I think that combined with the European values that we have, this is really going to move the needle for us. Not just competing with a lot of cash, in races that may not ever be won. This would be, I don't know, Sebastian, if you could comment on that, we have to come to an end.
Quickly, we have to choose our battles wisely. Yes. I mean, right now we try to say, we missed out here, we missed out that.
Exactly.
We need to identify what we want to do, where we want to go, and then focus on it and become the best in that field.
Fantastic.
And I think this is the most important, and that's actually about sovereignty as well.
Yes.
We lost that for a long time. We have to acknowledge that we lived in a globalized world. There was on trust, but a lot of trust relationships are not there anymore. So now we are a little bit in panic. Oh my God, where do we get the chips? Where do we get the raw material and so forth? Oh, how do we get sovereignty? Well, not so easy right now, but in the future, yes, and it's just starting. AI is coming. The world will be turned upside down. In 2 years, maybe Anthropic is not working anymore because there's a new algorithm coming around. This is all possible. So it's all about just picking your battles and focusing in and just growing the business from there.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, for example, Fraunhofer Gesellschaft has already built their own LLM. It's trained in 24 European languages, but people don't know about it. So I'm like, this is such a smart, much smaller, but better trained solution, so let's get the word out.
Exactly. We invest in a lot of AI, even large language models, and we're doing due diligence. And I said, yeah, but, Anthropic is better. And the scientist says, yes, but we have this and this. We have to believe in ourselves. There's something more coming, and that's most important. Let the founders found and start and support them, but the whole society, every company needs to give them contracts. The politics needs to celebrate them, celebrate entrepreneurship. I mean, it's a race. It's the race for the future and the race for our children that has been just started. And it's fascinating to be in that time, but we have to understand that we are in this race and not just looking, what's happening around us.
I think you just started the round of closing words. So Jan, because this was like the call to action, I feel like, from Sebastian. Okay. What would be your closing word, that one thing that we should really leave this stage with for our audience?
Well, now I would love to start talking about quantum computing and explain to everybody how that works and what that will bring to us and so on. But I think it's something much, much bigger. I think it's not about industry politics anymore. I think it's about technology politics. And I think technology is the new currency we have. There are already countries which don't receive the fastest chips today, right? And when we now talk about sovereignty, and for me, sovereignty is to be able to survive without any help, right? Mm-hmm. And I think we as Europe, and every country has its own problems. Usually it's old economy, far-right politics, and so on, right? But we somehow need to bring that together because that's the only possibility to survive and to build this small plant of sovereignty and do it. Yeah? I think do it is the main topic because we have everything.
Thank you. Very quickly, Helene, and then Deepa, as we have to make room for... Actually, Helene, you could almost stay put here on the stage, hey? It's, it's a NASA astronaut afterwards, and Jeff Bezos following us here on this topic with the spaceship. Okay, but
yeah, so perhaps 3 very quick calls to action. 2 are important for the whole ecosystem. The first one is we really need to work together. And it's true for politicians, it's true for entrepreneurs. We are at a time, because of the wars at our frontier, where this is the moment to prove to our children and our citizens what Europe is about. And if we work only with this nationalism spirit, we already experienced twice in Europe the horrors that this will bring. So let's please work together, and this is not only true for politicians, this is true for every entrepreneur, every CEO. I had the choice to build a French company or a German company. I decided to build a European company. It is while sharing dual-use technologies together across countries that we will demonstrate to our children and the European citizens what Europe is about.
we need to get off stage.
Yeah, and I will just close it out. It's all about the ecosystem, just to summarize it.
Right. Fantastic. Thank you so much to all of us. This is your applause. Thank you for having us, VivaTech. We wish you a fantastic day.
Okay. This is the session you are all waiting for. I'm asking for a little bit of your attention. So VivaTech started with a simple, audacious idea. The future doesn't just happen, it gets built. Built by people bold enough to imagine it and stubborn enough to make it real. The founders, the risk takers, the ones who look at impossible and here, not yet. Jeff Bezos is one of these people, a remarkable entrepreneur who started a simple idea of everything in store online with books, and you know what happened with Amazon. Now flying rockets to new frontiers, and step by step, ferociously, together with David Limp, they are building a new road to space with Blue Origin. Please join me in welcoming to the VivaTech stage in conversation with former NASA astronaut Mike Massimino, who helped save the Hubble Space Telescope, the CEO of Blue Origin, David Limp, and the founder of Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos. You will see a short film, and immediately after that short film, they will be joining on stage.
We have a gift, this nearby body called the moon. That if we move out into the solar system, we have unlimited resources.
Command engine start. All 7 engines at full thrust.
This is Blue Moon. It's a very large lander.
It will be the largest lander to ever land on the moon. That opens up huge possibilities.
It'll soft land in a precise way onto the lunar surface. None of this is easy. All of it is hard. There's still a lot of work to do and a lot of hard work to come.
Mark 1 is a Blue Origin funded mission, high risk, high reward.
Mark II is a complete Blue Origin solution, very ambitious. Reliable, repeatable, low-cost access to the moon. We will now have lunar permanence.
It's time to go back to the moon, this time to stay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that warm welcome. Thanks, Dave and Jeff, for having me join you up here on the stage. It's a real honor for me to be here with you guys. We're going to start off with talking about a little bit of what we saw in the video, anomalies and end response, resiliency. If you look across the history of spaceflight, this is nothing new, right? There's been setbacks going back to Mercury, Apollo, Space Shuttle. I'm certainly familiar with those setbacks that we had. And from the outside, people might look at that and think of that as a failure. But for those of us on the inside, in the industry, it's kind of part of the engineering development process. You want to learn from it and move on if you can. As we saw in the video a few weeks ago, you guys had a setback. And now you're in the beginning phases of rebuilding your launch pad. What have you learned since? And how does the path forward look?
Well, let me start by saying that was a rough moment.
Yeah.
Nobody likes that. It was a gut punch for the whole team. Yeah. But what we've learned since then is we got really lucky. Some of the long lead items in the launch infrastructure were preserved. For example, the propellant tank farm, all the liquid hydrogen, liquefied natural gas, liquid oxygen, all those tanks. Those are very long lead items, and they were fortunately undamaged. The booster, we had a booster in the integration facility, which is right there at the launch pad, and various pieces of shrapnel missed the boosters. There was a lot of good luck in that incident. In the big picture, kind of what you're saying, God knows how to appropriately price his goods, and space travel is hard, and it's worth it. And so, by the way, by the end of that incident, the end of the day that incident occurred, within 24 hours, completely spontaneously, the Blue Origin team, and this is a team of just incredible people, they were making themselves T-shirts that say, "It's worth it."
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Very cool.
And I think the other thing is that we're busily rebuilding it. We got lucky in another way. There was a construction crew just down the road, and so we brought in 400 pieces of heavy equipment, brought in construction workers that were working 24/7, and so the pad has now been cleared of all the debris. It's amazing how quickly that's happened, and just yesterday we started the reconstruction, and I think you've said it best, we're going to fly this year.
Yeah, we'll fly before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think what you said about your team is very meaningful. And I look back at my time at NASA, and the highlights, of course, successful space flights. But when you look at the setbacks, the way you respond to them, you find out what your team is made of, right? You don't find out necessarily in the good times, but in those times that are a little bit tougher. And you guys have got a great team and a lot of support from NASA on this, and it sounds great with the plan moving forward. Jeff, I want to pick up on something you said about that it's worth it. It's kind of like you're now, even though this happened, you're doubling down on it's worth it, when others might not have continued, right? You could also have decided not to move forward. Share with us your vision and why it is worth it to you.
Well, what we're trying to do is build all the infrastructure so that there can be a completely dynamic space economy. Today, the cost of admission to space is still very high. If you look back at what I witnessed in the internet space over the last 2.5 decades, you saw an environment where, because all this infrastructure existed, the global networks and so on, very small companies could build very large enterprises. 2 kids in a dorm room could build a giant company. And we want space to be like that. You want space to be this dynamic entrepreneurial place where 2 kids in a dorm room can build an incredible space company. And that is going to happen. So the job of a company like Blue Origin is to help build the road to space, that heavy infrastructure, so that many other companies can do incredible things. And there are so many resources in space. You're seeing that now with LEO constellations and the potential for orbital compute. We have the moon as a gift. It's right there. And so we're working on all these things. We're building a lunar lander. We are working on in situ resource projects. So we're learning how to build solar cells out of lunar regolith, and there are many other initiatives that we're undertaking, but all of them are focused on building this infrastructure so that there can be dynamism in the space economy.
Yeah, so this is all great news, and I'm so grateful you guys are moving forward, learn with you. These are not things you'd want to have happen when you have an anomaly, when you have a setback, but it's...
they're unavoidable.
They're going to happen, right? They're going to happen. You don't want them to happen, but when they do happen, it's how you react to it.
It's how gives you a chance gives the whole team a chance to show everyone who we are and what we're made of.
Right. Yeah. Looking back years from now, I think.
And the team at Blue is the most missionary team I've ever worked for, because you've been part of this, but we've explored every planet. We've been to the deepest parts of the solar system, and this is the good one. Right? This is the planet you want to be on. It's beautiful. And as we build this infrastructure, you can move polluting industry into space. And you can turn, every place on Earth, like the parks in this city, this beautiful city here, and we could support 3 times the population on this planet. And that's the long-term goal. That's what we're trying to do.
That's why it's worth it. Why it's worth it. Okay. All right. So I am very excited to see New Glenn fly again, but maybe not everyone in the room is familiar with what a launch looks like. So we're going to roll a little tape so that everyone can see how epic one of these launches are. We'll roll the tape now.
It's not just a launch, it's a landing, too.
Yes. There you go. We didn't miss it, did we?
Jump back in, I guess.
Okay. All right. Well, eventually maybe we'll get that going. Okay. So, okay. We're good? We'll proceed. All right. So, Jeff, you mentioned earlier about the space economy, and I think to some of us that might be kind of like a science fiction. People might hear that it's like almost like science fiction. Is it real? Is that something that that is for real? But sitting where you sit, what evidence do you see every day that convinces you that the demand for access to space is real and accelerating?
Well, this is a great question. The evidence right now is very obvious. If you look at demand for launch, demand for launch is insatiable right now. We have a tremendous backlog already on our books for launch. Every space launch company has tremendous backlog. We are supply constrained. We are not demand constrained. And it's being driven by communications with LEO constellations. It's being driven by national security missions. And it's being driven in the future by things like orbital compute and lunar resources and NASA programs to return to the moon, this time to stay. There's just a tremendous amount of demand for launch.
Yeah, I think it was sort of underestimated at some point when years ago when our government was looking for what they would need. I think is it fair to say they underestimated what the real demand would be?
100%.
Yeah.
I think people underestimated it tremendously.
Yeah, and I think there might be an element to it, I think in some ways, like if you build it, they will come. That if you can't get to a place, you can't even imagine what you would do there. But now that you've increased the access, all types of, even my students at Columbia have flown an experiment on one of the New Shepard rockets. That would have been impossible. Even 7 years ago, just a few years ago, they did this. But can you imagine even thinking that when we were students or in the not too distant
And it's
past?
a circle
amazing.
too. If launch is very, very expensive, then the satellites have to have really long lifetimes and they have to be very exquisite.
Yeah.
And so, but if the launch starts to get cheaper, then the satellites can get cheaper. And if the satellites get cheaper, there's more demand for launch. If there's more demand for launch, then you get more practice with launch.
Yeah, yeah.
And launch gets cheaper.
Yeah.
And so there's a virtuous circle there.
Yeah.
That once you get it spinning in the right direction, that's where we want to go.
Yeah. And you had this vision. There's nothing you can count on that happening, but you were confident, of course, that this would.
You know
where
it's
other
going to
people weren't.
happen. You just don't know the exact timing. So you get out there and you get ready.
And it's here.
By getting reusable rockets, you lower the costs because these boosters want to be reused. They're expensive, and when we land them, then we can reuse them many, many, many times. And these, as you said, these constellations want to be gigantic. Especially communications. People are insatiable on how much bandwidth they want to use. When I had a 300 baud modem, I wanted to use all of it. When I had a gigabit in my home, I want to use all of it. And when I go all the way, these constellations want to be very, very large.
Okay, guys, I think we're going to cut to the tape now for real. All right, we had a little setback, but here we go. Let's give it a shot.
For today's launch, NG2, we have two goals. The first is to safely deploy the payload, which is NASA's Escapade, which is heading out on a mission to Mars.
And the second is to land the booster for the first time.
NASA's new Escapade mission will help us understand Mars's climate history using two spacecraft in orbit for the first time.
GS2 at flight level. Autopilot enabled. Continue to look good. Body rate is functional. Seeing good data coming down from both stages.
All right, at 9 minutes is when we're expecting the first stage to touch down on Jacqueline.
Standing by for landing burn ignition. And we have landing burn ignition. See 3 good engines.
We've got our booster landing burn.
Flight deployed.
Great shot from our booster.
Standing by for touchdown. Standing by for touchdown.
Congratulations, Escapade. Both blue and gold have successfully deployed. We have successfully landed the booster, and we have successfully deployed satellites for Escapade.
So when you're doing hard things, you also get great moments like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Extraordinary.
Then you said, when I said it was a launch, it's also the landing, which amazes me. That's on in the ocean, right on Jacqueline, the recovery ship. Amazing.
And this is a very large vehicle. This vehicle will take 45 metric tons to LEO. It'll take, the variant we're working on right now, the 9x4 variant, will take over 70 metric tons to LEO. This is a super heavy class booster, and to watch it land like that on an ocean-going platform is awe-inspiring, and the team is rightly very proud of themselves for it.
And the ocean doesn't always cooperate. That thing moves.
No, the ocean is highly uncooperative.
So to be able to do that like that is so impressive. So, all right, Dave, this is all incredibly ambitious, right? And so the question is, because you're the CEO here, what keeps you up at night when you think about all this stuff coming together, the whole operation, the manufacturing, the talent pipeline, getting the right people in, the supply chain, all this coming together? What is it that's foremost on your mind with this, or is it everything combined?
There is a little bit of everything. I've only been doing aerospace for 2.5 years. I'm traditionally trained in consumer electronics, but I think people underestimate how hard it is to build a rocket. These are incredibly complicated vehicles pushing the boundaries of what physics allows, and so to see success like this and see how space is becoming more normal is amazing. But to build one off of anything, whether that would be an engine or it would be a rocket, that doesn't really keep me up at night much. What the hard part is building the machine that builds the machines. You really want to, that takes a lot of time and a lot of thought, and that's the factories that are pushing these out, because you don't want it to meet the vision that Jeff talked about. You don't want to build just one rocket. We want to fly 100 times a year, and that means 100 second stages. That means hundreds of engines. And so building our engine factory in Huntsville and our rocket factory down in Orlando and getting those to rate, which includes the supply chain, that includes the raw materials, and heavy vertical integration is how you build that machine. And we're making a huge amount of progress, but you can always get better.
Yeah, so
we're now building a BE-4 engine. This is the heavy, LNG LOX engine. Every 4 days coming off the line now, a BE-4 engine. So rate manufacturing is critical to this. Space travel is a solved problem for 6 decades. We're not trying to invent space travel. We're trying to make it cost effective. And that's the key. That's why you need reusability, as Dave is saying, and why you need rate manufacturing. And so it really is about being world-class manufacturers. And Dave and the team are crushing that. They're doing an amazing job.
When Dave visited us at Columbia, where I'm on the faculty, you talked about the manufacturing. I do want to mention something about your pipeline. I don't know if you knew this, but when we were looking for someone to come speak, we had a CEO lecture series, and we did a poll within our student body. And if you can hear from the head of any company, what would it be? And it was Blue Origin, came out #1. So thanks for accommodating it. So I think your pipeline of talent is excited to come join you and be a part of this.
Yeah, I think people are underestimating, even in the academic world, how much building physical things is going to be valued moving forward, right? And so, we spent the last 3 decades with not enough computer science majors, but I think the pendulum's going to swing the other way. And I was so inspired seeing this kids at Columbia, and people that know how to build real physical things and understand the complexities of that and how to manufacture them. They're going to be in very high demand.
Yeah. And just to pick up a little bit more on the engines, Jeff, I don't know if everyone knows, it was mentioned early just a minute ago about how you do have separate facilities. Most of your rockets are built in Florida, right, primarily, but you have an entirely separate facility in Alabama.
Yeah.
And now I've ridden on rockets that take you to space, but I've never tried to build one. So in your mind, Jeff, what is so difficult about building rocket engines?
Well, rocket engines operate right at the limit of physics. So, the internal combustion temperatures inside a main combustion chamber of a rocket are 5,000, 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's beyond the melting points of any materials. And so the complexities of pressurizing those propellants in high-performance turbopumps that have to be very lightweight, of cooling those materials with regenerative channels so that they don't melt, this is a very challenging thing to do. And then, so designing the engine is hard, and then manufacturing it is hard, and manufacturing at rate is hard. I think we have a little clip I could show you. We have our lunar lander has an engine in it called the BE-7, which is a relatively small engine. It's 10,000 pounds of thrust, and that the reliability of this engine is paramount. And we just did the longest engine test in history. This is a 41-minute engine test. This engine ran continuously for 41 minutes. That beats the record for the Space Shuttle main engine, which they once tested 30 years ago. They tested it for 36 minutes. So that's a multi-decade record that the Blue Origin team just beat with the BE-7 engine. But this is a very challenging thing. These engines are very complex. We have the BE-4 engine, which is the one that uses liquefied natural gas and liquid oxygen, uses an ox-rich stage combustion cycle. And then our BE-3U engine is our second stage engine. It's liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This is the same basic architecture that was used by the Apollo program. So a hydrocarbon booster stage and liquid hydrogen upper stages. Liquid hydrogen is a complex fuel to use, but it's much higher performing than hydrocarbon fuels. The problem with liquid hydrogen is that it's very voluminous. The density of liquid hydrogen is very low. So that's why you really don't want to use it on a booster stage. The booster stage would get too volumetrically gigantic. But on a second stage, it gives you tremendous advantages. So this is what the Apollo Saturn V rocket did, and it's what we do as well. To do the lunar landing with liquid hydrogen has a further advantage, which is that you look just a little ways into the future when we have permanent lunar settlements. And this time we are going to the moon to stay. I'm not going to visit, we're going to stay. And when you look at the materials available on the moon, you have water, ice, in the permanently shadowed craters near the poles of the moon. And that can, with electrolysis, be converted into liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. So by using liquid hydrogen as our lunar landing fuel, one day in the not too distant future, you'll be able to use in situ materials on the surface of the moon to refuel your lander.
Let's talk more about the moon. Right? So you guys have had this in your game plan since the company was founded, was the moon. And lately we've been hearing a lot about the moon. Artemis II was such a huge success and really captured everyone's attention. It's now like a global interest of going to the moon, exploring the moon for various reasons. Do you feel like everyone else the world is catching up to where you guys have been for a while? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we've been fixated on not skipping any steps. I'm very excited to see NASA, and I think most of the world, recognize that we should go to the moon first. We'll go to Mars, and we'll do all the other things. But the moon is the first best step. And there are many reasons for that. But it's kind of a gift. It's so near Earth. We can get there in 3.5 days. We can return in 3.5 days. You can go anytime you want. You don't have to wait for the planetary alignment to be just right. You can only go to Mars every 2 years or so. And so there are a lot of advantages to the moon. And then the moon's gravity well is so much lower than the Earth's that when you get materials from the moon, you can lift them off the moon with 28 times less energy per kilogram than is needed to lift something off the Earth. And so that's a really valuable thing. If you are producing liquid oxygen, for example, on the moon, lifting that into space is very easy compared to lifting liquid oxygen off of Earth. And so as we go about exploring the solar system, which we will do, and as we will build colonies on Mars and so on, the moon is an important first step. And when you skip steps, it actually doesn't make you faster.
Yeah, and it's going to be an incredible time over the next year. If you look at our lunar roadmap, we call our team inside of the Lunar Permanence Group for exactly what Jeff said. We want to go there and we want to stay on the moon. And just next year, early in the year, we'll fly our Mark 1 lander, which is on the screen here. This is 3 metric tons to the lunar surface vehicle. It'll be the largest thing that has ever landed on the moon, and that'll be our Pathfinder mission. And then mid-year, it was just announced last week, Artemis 3 will happen. Luca from Italy will be on that flight, which would be great. And that's going to be a rendezvous mission with our Mark 2 lander, which is our human-rated lander. And we'll meet up at around 450 kilometers in low Earth orbit, and we'll do 2 days of entering into the vehicle. The vehicle will have full environmental control, so it'll have an ECLIS system. And we'll test that out for when we fly to the moon the following year. And then later in the year, we'll fly another Mark 1 lander. So these are coming off the assembly line now. So we have a factory that's building these. And that'll land NASA's Viper rover late in the year. And so it's going to, the cycle time to the moon, the cadence to the moon is going to increase very rapidly. And it's really exciting.
And by the way, that Viper rover is going to go find lunar water ice in those permanently shadowed craters. So that's a very exciting mission. We've seen it with various methods from orbit and so on, but now we'll be able to actually go look at it up close.
This will just kind of seems like the timing has worked out pretty well. You guys identified it now. The moon base announcement from a couple months ago.
You're right that the timing is good. I would also tell you this is so early. You know, we as a species, as far as space is concerned, we're just still warming up, right? We have not even begun. This is the earliest.
And the idea that we've been to the moon before, which we have, a great accomplishment, much different than what we're doing now. It's the permanence of it, of staying there. And I really love what you said about
when we went before, we pulled it forward in time. We did it before we were ready. It was pulled forward in time, and because of geopolitics and the race with the Soviets and so on, and now is the right time
to really get into it and go to stay.
Yeah, we did it before by spending. The U.S. spent almost 3% of GDP to do it, and that's just not.
We don't have those types of resources.
That's not sustainable.
Yeah, give me 3% of GDP, I'll give you fusion. Okay.
So I guess the question here, and I think we know the answer. Moon or Mars, Jeff?
Well, moon first.
Moon first, and then Mars.
Mars and everywhere else too. And we'll build large, Jerry O'Neill style colonies in space as well. And we'll build big, we'll use asteroids and near-Earth objects and the moon and so on to build compute in space and solar cells in space and so on. And a lot of our compute will be done in space. It'll make more sense. And ultimately, we even manufacture the chips that the compute runs on. And then the answers can just be beamed back to us here. And this planet, Dave said it before, but our long-term vision, our dream, is that all the polluting industry can be done off Earth. If space travel gets reliable enough and inexpensive enough, and we can get materials from asteroids and near-Earth objects and the moon, then this garden planet can be returned to its pre-industrial revolution state. This is the only way in which the world is worse today than it was 500 years ago. Everything is better today. Global illiteracy is better than it was 500 years ago. Infant mortality is better than it was. Global poverty is better than it was. Everything is better, and it keeps getting better. And the one exception is the natural world. And we can actually have both.
So we go to space not necessarily just for space, but for Earth.
Yes, you want to protect us. There's a great quote, which I'm sure you've heard from one of your fellow astronauts, Jim Lovell, when he went to the moon, and he looked back on Earth. He looked back at the Earth and he said, "I realized you go to heaven when you're born, not when you die.
Great quote. And I really love the way you describe the moon as a gift. You know, I've always thought of it like our little brother or sister that's always with us. If we're there, it sounds what you're saying. We get there, we can go other places more quickly.
It's also been bombarded.
Time. What's that?
It's been bombarded for 4.5 billion years by every meteorite. And so just under that surface is everything we need to build the things that Jeff talked about. Like every mineral's there, water's there. We know this now, and it's going to be an incredible resource.
And it's untouched for billions of years. So it really is I like that. It's a gift for us to explore and then use that as a launch pad to go other places. All right. Let's talk about some more about the infrastructure stack that you're developing. This is all, talk about rockets and the vision for the moon and all these things that you guys are into, and you're going to need a lot of talent and resources. But you said that is really the key, is companies, and we've talked about it a little bit already, companies that can be these world-class manufacturers with incredible vertical integration. They're the ones that are going to be the leaders, and Blue Origin is doing that to set up this space economy, building that infrastructure. So when you say that about building that infrastructure layer for the space economy, what does that mean, and what are the pieces of that stack that you're developing?
Well, I think as you said, on the manufacturing, I was very surprised coming to a company like Blue that you do have to be incredibly vertically integrated in this area. And as an example, we have our own, these engines that Jeff talked about, they're running at just the boundary of physics and high heat. So we have a material science group that literally invented two new alloys. We call them cascadium and rhenerium, and these are to coat these engines so they can survive in these applications. And then we take those alloys and we put them into one of the biggest additive manufacturing factories in the world, which Blue has, and we print these metals and literally print an engine. And so part of the infrastructure is inventing new infrastructure to push the boundaries of what we're able to do, again, to get to where Jeff said, which is lowering the cost. You could probably do this in the old ways, back in the Apollo era, but it does take a lot of money in this. And then I think the other place that we're trying to invent is what are the applications you want to put in space. And so we've announced 2 different constellations, one called Project Sunrise, the other one called TerraWave, that get more infrastructure into space. And I think we can talk more about that as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about TerraWave and data centers. Where are we going?
Is a LEO comms constellation that has very, very high bandwidth and is optimized for very demanding users, large enterprises, hyperscalers, government institutions, includes very fast Earth to space optical links. So it's a very sophisticated network, and so we're working on that. We're also working on Project Sunrise, which is an orbital compute. Those satellites will be in sun-synchronous orbit. Sun-synchronous orbit is an interesting orbit where the satellites 99+% of the time are always in sunlight, so they don't get eclipsed by the Earth. A typical orbit around the Earth, might be in low Earth orbit, might be 90 minutes or so, and half that time you're in darkness, and half that time you're in sunlight. But in the sun-synchronous orbit, you're in daylight almost all the time, 99+%, and so your solar cells are working for you the whole time. So there are a lot of questions about orbital data centers and can it really work, and people get worried about heat rejection and things like this. All of these physics problems are easily solvable. Heat rejection is not a real problem. All these questions are really about cost. And the cost of production of the solar cells, the cost of production of the satellites, and the cost of launch the lines will cross, and eventually orbital compute will be a better option than terrestrial compute. We don't know exactly when that will be, but we have to work on it now so that we're ready for those 2 lines to cross.
We're already very reliant on the connectivity we get every day from space, and this is a way to grow it.
Yeah, and this is there's going to be many of these constellations. I was just,
just the first phase of TerraWave is 5,000 plus satellites in LEO, and then another 100 satellites out in mid-Earth orbit at MEO. And so you start thinking about the scale of these constellations. They want to be 5, 10, 20,000 for each shell, and they'll have different use cases. You have Starlink and you have Amazon's LEO, and those are very focused on mostly on the consumer. And great, you can go anywhere now and get for 60 or 100 euro a year, or a month, you can get great connectivity. Similarly, we're focused on giving enterprises and governments really, really high bandwidth with high reliability. And there'll be 10 more ideas for this. And this goes back to why launch is so constrained now, because each one of these constellations can quickly fill up many, many, many launches, hundreds of launches. And so we got a race to just lower the cost even further and get more rockets in the air.
And Europe will have their own constellations. Other countries will have their own constellations. It's just a very valuable thing to be able to do. And even just talking about communications constellations, the kind of human appetite for comms is basically, insatiable.
I want to ask you about another project that you have going. Recently, you broke news of a new endeavor, Prometheus, right? An AI company, and you've called it, you're going to be developing an artificial general engineer. So as someone who tries to train real engineers, I'm very excited about this, because I think it's a way that we can incorporate that in education and train engineers to use this thing that you're developing, Prometheus. What can you tell us about that and the importance of AI in engineering for Blue Origin and for the world?
Yeah, Prometheus is building a set of tools that's designed to empower engineers to really invent and build much, much faster. So if you think about, today there's a kind of a dream build cycle. Dream of something, and then depending on how complicated it is, it may take a few years to 10 years before you're really producing it at rate and manufacturing it. And if you take a step back, and broadly, civilizational wealth, all of civilizational wealth is driven by invention. 6,000 years ago, somebody invented the plow, and we all got wealthier. And then much later, somebody invented the steam engine, and we all got wealthier. And this cycle continues. And if we can accelerate that cycle, that dream build cycle, it will create real productivity, real prosperity. And so that's the idea behind Prometheus. And it can't be done with traditional large language models. They have a place, but they aren't trained with the right data to be able to do detailed engineering. So the analogy I would give you is, I could read 1,000 books. That's what LLMs do today. They're trained on the entire corpus of humanity's knowledge. They have scraped the entire internet, and they know everything that we've written down in words, and they're unbelievably good at symbol manipulation. That's what large language models do. But if I read 1,000 books on how to be a great gymnast, I would still be a terrible gymnast. And it's because it needs a different kind of training data. And that's what, when you go to actually design real physical objects, it's very complicated, and you can't do it just by reading about it. And so we're building a model that is very good at doing engineering. And then that model becomes the basis of a series of tools that will make it easier for people to dramatically accelerate that build dream. So the goal would be, if today you came to me and you said, Jeff, I need a new jet engine with 10% more thrust, and even if I had built 50 jet engines already, so I would still tell you that's going to be a 10-year program. That's how long it takes to build a modern, sophisticated jet engine for a modern airliner. And by the time you've tested it and set up the factory and are ready to produce it, that's at least a 10-year program. And so can we at Prometheus build a set of tools to make that be 5 years, and then 3 years, and then 2 years, and then 1 year? And if we can really accelerate that dream build loop, it changes everything.
And it's not necessarily...
And it helps Blue Origin, too.
Yeah,
Dave,
I have it now.
Dave needs these tools.
Yeah. And it's not going to replace people necessarily. It's going to be a tool for engineers to use.
No.
Really valuable.
I know there's a lot of concern that many people have, including many smart people, that AI is going to make humans redundant and so on. I totally disagree with this point of view. And I think, in fact, AI is going to create a labor shortage because it's going to make it possible for people to identify more problems. We have an endless set of things to invent. And we are only limited, today, we are limited not by our imaginations, but by what we can actually do. I promise you, every single person in this audience has had an idea for a new business or a new product or a new device that they wish they could manufacture, and that idea stayed in your head and went nowhere. And the reason it stayed in your head and went nowhere is because it's too hard to do and it wasn't worth it. And if we can accelerate the dream build loop, all of the ideas will then become possible. And then we end up being limited not by our capabilities, but by our imaginations.
You can already see this with, yeah, that's good. You can already see this some with vibe coding, right? You know, I was classically trained as a computer scientist, but 3 years ago I was a terrible computer scientist. But now I can, in just an afternoon, write an iOS app, and I have some ideas for iOS apps, and that is one thing that LLMs can do very well because it is symbolic, and so they can code very well. And then imagine the tools that they're thinking about, bringing that I could in an afternoon do that in the physical world.
Yeah.
And, you know, contemplate something and magically it comes off my 3D printer. I'm chomping at the bit. It's so exciting.
Exciting future for us, for all of us here. Well, fellas, we've got a few minutes left here, so we've got a couple last questions for you. You guys have known each other a long time. I mean, I know you well enough to know you guys are friends and trusted.
We've worked together for, almost 2 decades at Amazon.
Okay. So you've worked together at Amazon. Is there any surprises or differences on how working together at Blue Origin, how's that been? What's that been like now in this new endeavor?
I don't see it a lot, but there's some things that surprised me. Jeff is the most, Karen feeding tip for Jeff here, he's the most tactically impatient person I've ever met and the most strategically patient person I've ever met. So, and I know that's an oxymoron, but it somehow works. And the thing that was the same is at Amazon, Jeff was always the longest term thinker in the room. There was no question about it. He was the long-term optimist in the room. And when I came to Blue, the vision is bigger than that. He mentioned it. It's like we're trying to help this planet and make space the new normal. So that was one. And then I think the other thing for me is I've been in the room a lot with Jeff, and he always can find and help an idea. He always can move it forward. And certainly I thought that superpower was centered around e-commerce. I mean, you invented Amazon. And I can tell you, now I've been here 2.5 years, Jeff knows more about rockets and rocket engines than he knows about e-commerce. And that is stunning.
Thank you, Dave. That's very nice. Here's what I would say. There's a saying, some of you may have heard it, maybe not. When you're under 40, never hire your friends. When you're over 40, only hire your friends.
There you go.
And I can tell you, I am a very, very lucky man with a tremendous amount of gratitude that I get to work with Dave. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Okay, just a couple more to round out here. Jeff, you said that Blue Origin will be the world's most decisive company. How's that going? How have things changed?
It's going very well, especially since Dave arrived, and I'm very grateful for it. because decisiveness is about speed, and speed matters in business. You know, Amazon is a giant company, but we make decisions very quickly. And this is something that you need to be able to do. And I can tell you why decisions get slow, especially in large companies. And Blue is a pretty big company at this point. You know, we have 14, 15,000 people. It's not a small company. And the reason is you start making all decisions as if they're all the same size. It's like one size fits all thinking. And you know, if you have a one size fits all robe, it never fits. So there are different decisions that should be made in different ways. There are giant decisions which are consequential and irreversible, or almost irreversible, super hard to reverse. Those decisions should be made slowly with great care. And then there are other decisions which, even if they're consequential, they can be reversed. And those decisions should be made by single individuals who have good judgment. And so you have to remember that there are these different kinds of decisions, and speed of decision making. When you go look at successful companies, one of the reasons that small companies can be so nimble is because a small group of people can be so decisive. And you know, a company with 100 people and a really good founder or a leader, they can touch every part of the company, they can be involved in every decision, and they can be incredibly decisive and move fast. So that's an important part of culture. And in aerospace, you know, traditional aerospace, I think, often suffers from slow decision-making speed. And I know how aerospace gets there, but I mean, you know, you're building things that often have, you know, hazardous operations, life safety critical missions. And so, again, not every decision is like that, though. And so you end up making every decision as if it's life safety critical. And then you're going to move very slowly. And that's not going to lead to the results that you want. You know, we want to move humanity forward into this next age, and I think we're in the middle of a bunch of golden ages right now, and I want to see companies succeed in all of them. Biotech, space is an incredible opportunity, all the things that are happening in AI. We live in the most incredible moment, and every young person right now should be so excited that they are where they are now, because it's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur, a better time to start a company. There's so many possibilities.
Compared to what we used to do in the space program with the government, where I'm familiar, we used to call it, we move at glacial speed here. And you guys move quick. Okay, we're close here. I've got a question for each one of you left. Dave, this is what goes through your head when you hear Jeff say that Blue, and apparently you've said this, Jeff, that Blue will eventually be the best business you've ever been a part of, even more successful than Amazon. Now, I'm not a business major, but Amazon's pretty successful, so the pressure's on. What goes through your head when you hear that, Dave?
Yeah, it's a clench-up moment. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, you know, it's a. And he mentioned this before I took the job, that I think it got out publicly later, but he mentioned it, and so this has been, and it is a tough comp. You know, Amazon, by almost any measure, is one of the world's, if not the world's most successful company. And, but I have to tell you that I am an optimist in general, but that as the time has gone by, and it's been 2 years, and I've seen how fast the progress we're making in space and how many opportunities that we've talked about, some of them here, that can happen in space, I think I'm a believer now. And I was a skeptic, and so I'm sure of it. Yeah, it's going to happen.
It's going to be a giant industry with lots of winners, and you know, literally hundreds and thousands of winners. Yeah. It's going to be very exciting to watch it unfold.
Well, I'm very grateful for what you guys have done, devoting your talents, energy, entrepreneurship to the space program. Well done. One last question. Jeff, this one's for you. It's about your lesson learned from your grandfather on the importance of being resourceful. You know, today we have AI and a lot of technical help, a lot of technology around us. Do you still think resourcefulness carries the same weight as it did when you heard that story from your grandfather, or even maybe more so in today's world?
I think it's so important, and it's funny. Mike knows some of these stories about my grandfather because I told him, so that's why he's asking this question. But my grandfather, when I knew him, was a rancher in South Texas, and I spent all my summers on my grandfather's ranch from age 4 to 16, and eventually was able to help him, and we did everything on our own. And like a lot of people in rural areas, you can't call to repair something, you fix it yourself. And so we repaired bulldozers and took out the giant transmission gears and fixed them and so on. But he even made his own veterinary needles, to stitch up the cattle. He would get a piece of wire and heat it with a blowtorch and pound it flat and drill a little hole in the end and sharpen it. Some of the cattle even survived. So this is a very good, this idea, it's an attitude, this approach to life, that any problem is solvable. It's a good starting point. And some problems may take a long time to solve, but I promise you, if you start with the opposite point of view, that the problem is not solvable, that will be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And with that, our time is up. But
thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, thanks very much. Awesome. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Here we go.
I'm down on the ground. It's too late, they got it. Did you get it up?
Oh, you moved the chair up?
You can.
Up at the general's chair. He had it right.
Yeah, it is inspired.
Then you look at yourself in a picture and you say, what happened?
What happened?
I have the lowest chair in the whole room.
You know what?
Wait.
It was the UN.
Oh, is that it?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You remember? That's funny. Oh, that's much better. Come on. It's so funny.
Oh, that's much better.
Thank you, Mark. I'll remember the whole thing. But I look bad in the pictures.
We'll get him back.
wieder das, was wir déjà fait tout à l'heure, j'ai fait une présentation. Si tu peux, c'est tout simple, je suis avec Lightning ici. Ok? C'est super simple. Merci. Ciao. Allô, Lily. C'est bon, il nous voit? Ça va juste là, ça va. Basta. Il va faire une rallonge là. Je te la tire. C'est top. Test s'il marche. Je laisse fluctuer la... Ah bah là on peut profiter de charger la... Mais oui, c'est parce que... Ah bah j'avais des... Ah ouais, c'est pas bête, moi aussi je vais charger mon téléphone. Ah ouais. C'est bon bébé. C'est la bombe bébé. On est sauvés hein. On pourra travailler jusqu'à lui. De chargeur de c'est Lucien qui l'a pris. Dans le sac à dos. La Jakery, ouais. C'est con parce que ces câbles j'en ai plein. Pas ici. C'est un câble standard hein, normalement. Un gros là. Oui, c'est ça. Eh ben, ah merde, ça t'as le rare, c'est de cette personne-là. Donc on n'a pas besoin aujourd'hui. Il n'y a que ça. Ouais. Non, les autres c'est des tout petits pains. C'est des doubles comme ça, de deux. Ah bah il est parti du fond de après il peut être rien. Non, il est parti. Alors, c'est pas très grave. Ça va vite. Qu'est-ce qu'il peut faire? De toute façon, on alimente tout avec ça. Quoi. Ouais, ça change rien, non? Ça change rien si je fais un décalage. Bah, ça va éteindre le Starlink et tout de suite. Ça va couper le Starlink quelques secondes. C'est comme qu'il se reconnecte, le Starlink. Je vais leur tout prévenir et... Ouais. Si, ouais. Je pense que sinon, il y a... 1%. Oh la vache. On était juste là. Bon, allez, on fait un risque. Allez, on fait un risque. blanc tout à l'heure. Alors attends, je dois brancher là. Sans déconner. Oh là 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 là. On a bien fait de tout mettre dans la bagnole de Lucien. C'est bon, c'est léger, t'as vu? C'est écrit Carrefour. Combien un peu? C'est un petit peu trop. Les yeux, ça, ouais, mais c'est plastique parce qu'il n'est pas un bonbon. C'est pas un bonbon. 15 mètres, c'est bien, t'as vu, c'est déjà pas mal. Nous, on n'a pas besoin de plus, c'est plutôt de production. 50, mais après, c'est un truc, ça passe une tonne. Il est bon boulot. Pratique, parce que tu peux le, tu vois, il est compact, tu t'as vu comme il est léger? Non, tu peux l'accrocher au sac à dos, tu vois, c'est pas encombrant, quoi. Tu peux tourner à café? Ah, je vais pas payer en fait. Je vais payer. C'est quelque chose, hein? Oui, ah non, mais je vais payer avec moi. Sinon, demain, je dois partir. Non mais maintenant, c'est eux qui vont me chercher. Ah, maintenant ça commence à être belle la lumière. Je vais rester à cette distance, comme ça, s'il y avait mouvement d'hélicoptère, parce que simple, il va partir avec ces 4 hélicoptères. Tu vois, il va dire au matin. C'est pas une boîte, ouais, c'est pas une autre.